wrote that song, Jimi Hendrix. You probably remember Jimmy, but that's what it's called, Purple Air. Yeah, we've got some in the lab. You want to come play sometime? We'd be happy to give you one. One more question. All right, guys, I got to go to the tempo meeting. Thanks for coming. Let me know if I can do anything for you. I'm pretty easy to find. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yep. Thanks. What was that? Yes, it's in the computer.
All right, with that, maybe, well, I'll just.
Hey, hey.
You saw it on the. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, what was it? We do have audio on the stream now.
Hey, hey.
Yes. Yeah, it's right over here. I wonder if that's coming from the Switch.
Switch itself. We don't have the actual feed open at all. You probably heard it over there. Check, check. Sorry, we're just testing. If someone had the stream open, that'd be nice.
Oh, is that what we're seeing? I guess so.
They should have to see the studio. OBS is displaying.
Oh, that's better. Oh. Over.
Oh, it's not live right now. Hey, hey. Check, check. 1, 2. Test, test. Just wait a second. See if the guy walks by. Hey. Check, check.
Okay. Let's do. Or not. Testing? Okay, there we go. Okay. So it's about 12:30. We have a half an hour before our first speaker. First of all, please continue eating. Second of all, there is plenty of food. So please go back for seconds or thirds if you want. There's plenty that's back there, so we can eat up some more of that. This was the talk I was going to do earlier. I might shorten this down a little bit. There is something at the end for sure I want to make sure that we have some discussions about. But I made this into a half an hour type of lecture. Sorry, used to that, being a professor. But how many here have filed a NOTAM before? Okay, all right. How many of you have wanted to file a NOTAM but don't know how to file a NOTAM? Okay, a couple of you. All right. So I'll go over some of this stuff, and then we're going to talk about a more serious issue after that. I thought this was going to be a little bit earlier, so I've kind of already talked about this, but I'll just also talk a little bit more about myself. Again, I'm an associate teaching professor at Iowa State University. I, of course, have been doing ballooning stuff for the last 20 years. I'm also a private pilot and a Part 107 pilot. So that's one of the reasons why when it comes to talking to the FAA, it's something I do a lot. So, all right. Why do we care? Especially for those of you that have probably done the Eclipse flights, and I'm assuming that's probably where a lot of you have done this. There was a lot of recommendations on filing a NOTAM before we do any of our flights. Like I said, over the last 20 years, I think James and I have been doing it about the same amount of time. I know Bill has been doing it even longer than us probably combined. That has changed. It used to be in the early days, I remember sending faxes to the FAA and saying, here's where my balloon's going to be, here's where it's going to land. Sent them a little map and stuff like that. And this is going to be a good segue into some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about towards the end as well, too. What this does, what a NOTAM does, is basically it puts information directly to the FAA, ATC, and to pilots. In theory. Okay, and I'll show you some examples of why. And it's ironic because about an hour ago, the FAA just had a seminar, and unfortunately I couldn't, because of this, I was going to try to see if I could sit on it, where they are looking at revamping the NOTAM system because it has been a problem within the FAA. Okay, so depending on who you ask, a NOTAM is Notice to Airmen or Notice to Air Mission. Goes by both names I've heard of now. It's a way for us to inform pilots on important information from departure to destination. If I'm flying from Ames Airport to Mason City Airport, one of the things I'm supposed to be doing is I'm supposed to be checking these NOTAMs. And there's tons of NOTAMs that get filed with this. There are obstacle notices. There are airspace notices. Now there's a lot of drone notices. There's a whole bunch of notifications. So I actually have my 4 flight up. I took a snapshot last night. This is some of the ones, at least I was doing a mock flight from Ames to Mason City. Again, there's navigations. Our ILS, for example, at Ames has been in op for a while. So again, these are all supposed to give us that information, both where we leave along the route and where we're going to. And that's what pilots and ATC use for that. What is expected? What, when, and where? Those are the 3 things when it comes to what a NOTAM tells us. What we're doing or what it is, if it's another type of NOTAM, if there's a problem like lights out, ILS out. When this is in effect, please note, and I'll say this several times, all times are UTC. That's the way that the FAA operates. For good reason, because otherwise we'd be worried about time zones and stuff like that. So, and then where this is all happening, both in terms of altitudes, especially for us with the ballooning side. We usually just tell them flight level 950 because they don't go any higher than that. We found that out. We tried to tell them higher, and they're like, we're just going to put flight level 950 because that's the highest we can go. Okay, fine. But yeah, launch location, where we're doing, where you're landing, stuff like that. If you can, let's see, does this have the... No, I think it's on the next slide. Oh, no, it is. It's right here. I needed my... So right about airspace within 10 miles, you can see the NOTAM for the flight that we did this morning. That was our NOTAM, AMW airspace, unmanned free balloon, DSM 350036, SFC FL 950. That all makes perfect sense to everybody, right? Everyone knows exactly what I'm talking about. I kind of decoded it a little bit down there. Surface, so from the ground basically, to flight level 950, that's 95,000 feet. 36 nautical miles, yes, nautical miles, on the 350 radio on the Des Moines VOR. That maybe helped a little bit, but we'll go and talk about VORs and stuff like that. Okay, how do we, at Iowa State, what do we do? And I'm sure this is similar to, since most of you have done this before, I'll go through these a little bit quickly, but this is our procedure. Our procedure is there's an 877 number that we call. We tell them we're calling from Iowa. We say that we want to file for an unmanned free balloon, okay? In most cases, and it seems like more recently when we've been talking to them, they know what that is. Earlier, especially during the eclipse flights, there was a couple times we would call in and we'd say we're flying for an unmanned free balloon, and they're like, what's that? It seems to be better now, but... or a high ball, yeah. Some groups still call it a high ball, yep. There's 2 NOTAMs that we get filed for. One's for launch, one's for landing. But the information is essentially the same. They're going to come back and they're going to ask you for a location. And so I have a map that's on the left-hand, I guess on your guys' right-hand side. That's a VFR sectional map, okay? And a VFR sectional map is an FAA authorized map. That is what they prefer. They'd like to have everything by their books. You can give them latitude and longitude, but they prefer navigational aids, okay? And in aviation, those are typically VORs. Airports are usually acceptable as well too, but they would like to have it usually in relationship. So I actually drew a line on here showing approximately where our launch site is. The Des Moines VOR, that's all the way at the bottom here. It's this little thing that's down there. And that we're about 35 nautical miles, I think we said 36 nautical miles, on the 352 or 350 radio on that VOR. So yeah, I did an example there. Also, phonetics, learn them. In aviation, beside anyone else, oh, by the way, have their private pilot's license? No? Okay. Now, if you ever get the opportunity, do it. But as pilots, this is, again, anytime I'm talking to ATC, it's always phonetics. I'm flying from Alpha Mike Whiskey, which is the Ames Airport. I'm going to Delta Sierra Mike for the Des Moines. Do the same thing for your landing position. They're going to ask for expected altitude. Again, we always, we'll go up to flight level 950. We'll start from 950 on the way back from where our burst is. They'll ask for some times. This is where tools like SoundHub are great. And I'm sure Atmos will have this as well too, where, again, they want to know, okay, how long is it going to go to burst, and then how long is it expected from burst to landing? Okay, and that gives them kind of a time that they can put on those. Then they're going to ask you for your initials, usually a contact phone number. My students put my number down. An association, we usually just say that we're with Iowa State University for the association. They should read back the information to you. Readbacks are critical, and again, that is something we always do. If I'm flying an IFR plan, they're going to give me information, and I have to read it back correctly to them. So it's a confirmation that they understood all the information that we gave them. If they don't, you should ask them to do a readback, but they should do a readback for you. And then you'll get a NOTAM number, and you'll want to write that down. In this one, for example, let's see if I can, oops, did I go too far? I did. So yeah, so there will be, I guess that one cuts out. It usually begins with the Z. It'll be very similar to the ZMP Airspace One. But it usually begins with that, and they'll give you a number that goes along with that as well, too. You can look these up, by the way. This one, again, I'm pulling through a service called 4Flight, but you can also go and look these up through the FAA's website as well, too. And that would also give you another confirmation that everything's been followed with it. A couple tips. Have everything written down beforehand. My students have kind of pissed off some of the folks in the past because they didn't have everything ready. And they're, again, these are guys that are used to talking to pilots, and they're like, usually everything is down pat. Do yourself a favor, do the FAA a favor, write everything down for you. Have some paper handy or something to write something down. Again, they may give you some additional information. You'll want to make sure you copy that as well, too. Again, read VOR IDs in the phonetic alphabet. And also when you're doing numbers, you'll hear us say like flight level 950, not 950. Again, they want it as 950. And I'll try to put these tools up. Sorry, I know it's not a real great image there, but I'll try to post these someplace. SkyVector. So SkyVector is a great free website. It's basically will allow you to pull up the VFR sectionals. We just did this in my lab. We actually downloaded, I do have a large scale printer. You can also download these maps from the FAA. If you search for VFR sectionals with the FAA, you can download those. We did that. We printed them out 36 inches by 48 inches, and we literally posted them in our lab. We kind of use them as a backup tool, if we need to reference something, or if the FAA does call us, we can go and visualize the map if we need to. airnav.com for finding airports, VORs, or FAA IDs for them, where the NOTAMs can be posted, and of course, you guys know Sound Hub, and also if you need to brush up on your NATO phonetic alphabet, you can do that as well. I think I'll skip this part. I do want to talk about this. Any questions about that, real quick? Yeah. We usually put about a 15-minute buffer at least. They recommend probably a 15 or 30-minute buffer. Yeah, so again, this is where this is deviating a little bit. It used to be when we would send stuff to the FAA, we would always put on their plus or minus 30-minute window. The NOTAMs don't capture that, though. That's why we just have to put in a buffer time in there. So. It really depends on what the FAA is going to do, and I think this is where eventually, and we'll talk about this next, this might change a little bit. But for what we have been doing right now, the FAA has never followed up on this, so it hasn't been an issue for us so far. So let me get James first. And then. No, they prefer to have the NOTAMs of 24 hours or 12, I think minimum of 12 hours. Yeah. So I mean, there would be no point, because by the time that you filed the NOTAM, if there was a change, then it's not going to hit through their system. So again, right now, there is, if you read the Part 101 rules, there are no requirements for us to do this. And so we're doing this more as a courtesy to the FAA. We have still flown in those cases, but as I'll talk about, again, I think some of that's will change in October. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess to answer the diagnosis part, like if you can read a sectional, we have sectionals in there. Additionally, something we have that will be coming to this version of diagnosis soon is that once you make your prediction, you can say file NOTAM, and it will automatically file everything for you based on your prediction.
Okay.
Automatically do the online thing, and then you're
Good to go.
And then, yeah, I guess in the case of your question, like if we end up flying late, oftentimes what we'll do is we'll just call whichever ATC we're around and let them know.
Right.
But yeah, in general, because it's not required, the NOTAM is more of a courtesy.
Right. Yep. Okay. Yeah, real quick.
Couple of things from experience. They sometimes require us the time at which we cross 44,000 feet.
Yep.
And having flown higher than the 101 payloads, we get in touch with TRACON, and the TRACON keeps in touch with us throughout the flight.
So that is also something that seems to keep varying from region to region. In Iowa, they used to do that, and then they stopped doing that. It used to be they wanted to know 40,000 feet, and yes, we were oftentimes in touch with TRACON through Des Moines ATC. But I've heard from talking to other people that it varies from area to area. So yeah, Bill. Yep. 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 12 pounds limit. Yep. Yep. Right. Yeah. Okay. This has come up a couple times in the past. I've been approached a few different times about this. These committees have been formed in the past. They have not really gone anywhere. Right now, it looks like things are going where. As everyone knows, we've had some incidences with some certain balloons. Bill talked about one of those that has put more of the spotlight on what we do, especially with high altitude ballooning. Bill was at the Hamvention, got in touch with one of the people there that is sitting on the committee for this. There is a committee now that is looking at revamping the Part 101 rules. From what we know from that, the goal of this is that they need to be able to track the balloons. Hard stop, period. And how that's going to happen is part of what's in discussions right now. So Bill and I meet with the representative that's sitting on that committee every other week. There's actually a few of us that meet with him. And we're trying to get as much feedback as we can. And that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of also letting you guys know what's going on. I need to send some other emails out to people as well too. So, what do we know right now? This is what I know. I know it's not a whole lot. From some of the emails from talking to our rep that's over there, FAA wants to be able to track the balloons. It needs to be on the glass. In other words, it needs to be somehow on their radar, literal. Now, if you haven't noticed, recently the FAA did a modernization of how they track aircrafts. Radar is actually being used less and less. It's mostly ADS-B. That's how we usually track most of our air traffic nowadays. But it's still, it comes up on a display that they have an ATC. By the way, if you have a chance to go and visit your local ATC, do it. I've done it. I've taken my students down there. It's a great learning experience. They love to talk about what they do in the tower and stuff like that. Plus, it'd probably give you a better perspective about what they need to deal with. Like the one time my students were down there, and then we got pushed out of the room very quickly because one of the aircrafts was having an emergency. We have suggested some options. Sound Hub has come up. If there was a way that they could just look at Sound Hub and be able to track our balloons through there. We've also brought up, for those of you that may or may not know, in the Part 107 world with the drones, if you're not in a FRIA, you have to use remote ID. It's a system that uses Wi-Fi and or Bluetooth, and that's supposed to communicate to your device and then get relayed out to the FAA. So we have suggested some of these. We don't know how far they've gotten yet with the FAA. But I will say this, and this is the other thing I can share with you guys. The expectation is that new rules would be in place by October. So, we've seen this before. In fact, Part 107. Part 107 operated the exact same way. They formed a committee. It met over the summer. And by October, Part 107 was released out to the public. So, hold on just a second. Let me get through this first, and then we'll go from there. I'm going to send out a survey for this. I would like to poll, and I'm going to send this to other members as well too, and hopefully you guys can maybe even get this to other groups. The rep that we've been working with is trying to collect some information that they can share with the FAA. I've actually expanded his list a little bit on talking about what sort of tracking do you guys currently use? Is it amateur radio? Is it LoRa? Is it SATCOMs like Iridium? What data do you transmit? I'm sure everyone probably does at least latitude, longitude, altitude, but maybe not, maybe other. How many flights are you guys doing? Approximately, what are your costs? I know exactly what this is. The FAA is looking at a cost analysis. They do this with ADS-B as well too. They try to make sure that it's within a certain percentage of, what the cost of either ownership or something of that aircraft, and they try not to exceed that if they can with that. So they're wanting to know what the costs are. Bill knows about some of this too, cost of several varieties of Pico launches. And I personally would also like to know, and maybe I'll do a quick survey right now, has anyone flown anything with ADS-B before? A couple of you, okay. And I think when I put that out, what's the cost weight of that, so we can get that information back to them. Okay, so again, I'll send out the survey for that. So now I'm sure there's lots of questions. I know Bill's will be also here to answer any questions. What other questions do you guys have? Yes. Yep. Sure. Maybe it doesn't work. Okay. Right. So this has come up so far in the meetings. What I can tell you right now is that there is some expectation that there will be either some additional rules that might apply to some of those types of aircraft, even if you're within the 6 or the 12 pounds. I think if you're asking me my personal opinion, they're not going to do anything that affects NOAA. So I think the small ones, the Pico balloons, I think will be relatively, they may still, even NOAA is tracking them, right? So maybe it's like SonHub or something like that, but I don't think they're going to do anything with that. It's the bigger ones that we're afraid of, that they might put something like, right. Some of those, and see that right now, Aerostar flies everything, and so does NASA, but again, they all have ADS-B on them. So for those really big balloons, that's a small fraction of their payload and power budgets as well too. And that's the other thing I'd like to know, because as an electrical engineer, especially knowing how ADS-B works, the power requirements of those are pretty high as well too, if it's a proper ADS-B system. So that I don't have a good answer for you right now, but it sounds like they are going to have something with the weights that will still be carried with it. So, yeah.
What are the options for flying ADS-B on a balloon?
So there are some ADS-B transmitters that are out there. They were being used for short term with drones for a while. There is some questionable legality on some of those because, again, if you look at the FAA and the FCC specs for those, there are certain things that they're supposed to meet to be a true ADS-B transmitter. One of the groups that have flown ADS-B before, what have you guys flown? Is it just one of the tiny, drone ones? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so, and again, those have been out for a few years, but how legit they are and if they would be picked up enough to meet the FAA's requirements is what we don't know yet, so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say a typical ADS, yeah. Right.
There's a fundamental problem with that, though, is that you're operating a spectrum of qualified avionics.
Right.
So you become a liability for every aircraft
Right.
transponder sucks.
That is why there's a lot of legality issues with those off the shelf. Yeah. Right. And there is. And in fact, before ADS-B, I worked with a company where we were working on some of the Mode S stuff. I remember we had to pay money to get the requirement stock from the typical government. So that's the thing, is that normally the FAA says these all have to be, type qualified and everything like that. I don't know how they're going to do that with balloons. I'll get you, and then, so you can go first. So
this is you said dot on the glass, so they want an active conversation, not a dot on the glass, but they want a label on the dot.
it sounds like they want it on the dot on the glass, yes. not just what we're doing right now with the NOTAMs. That's why I was alluding to earlier that I think to some degrees the NOTAMs might be not really necessary. Yeah.
But the radar reflector gets them down in the class. They want a laser.
Not necessarily. So that's the problem. The problem with the radar reflectors, which is currently written into the rules, is that most ATC folks filter those out. We travel too slow.
I tested that right here in Huntsville, and they lost
Right.
the signal on it at 25 miles out.
Right.
And a certain elevation.
Yeah, and there's also a max elevation for that. So like we talked to our Des Moines folks, and they're like, look, if we turned on that filter or turned off that filter, we'd see all the geese flying, we'd see everything else flying through the air. They said no, it would clutter up the screen too much. So yeah, so that's why the other thing is, like I said, there are some places where, again, radar installations are either being phased out or stuff because of, I think like our Waterloo, which is a Class Delta airspace, no longer has radar. They solely rely on ADS-B now. So that's the other issue. Anyways, yes.
So ADSB is picked up by, commercial flights, commercial websites for aircraft tracking and stuff, right?
Sure.
How is that going to be handled for balloons? Because that's going to add up.
Yeah, so the bigger, that's the other question with this. So ADS-B transmitters, by the way, also have to be, there's a serial number with there. There's also, of course, normally there's a flight ID, usually your N registry number, like with my plane, it's 8045 Whiskey, and that is tied directly to that hardware. So the drone, the smaller drone ones, of course, again, this is where it may not be quite legit because they're circumventing some of that checks with that. So it is. It's still a ping out and ping back in, but those transponders don't rely on it. That's only if. So normally, it's the old mode C and mode S. It was ping comes out from the radar, it responds back, unless you did an ident. On the newer ADS-Bs, they will automatically transmit. That's how other stations pick them up. And you can also do an ident to do a forced transmit out as well. Or they'll listen for a radar ping. But nowadays, in fact, in most they don't rely on a ping. Most of the time, ATC will say ident because they want you to transmit. So, yeah. Okay, any other questions? I know we're getting a little off time. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. 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 Yeah. Real quick, and then I'll get you next. So.
If the ADSB becomes a standard and we have to include it, as he was just saying, we're going to have a weight penalty on that, right? Aren't we going to look at the weight restrictions on it?
Yeah. So we're thinking they're still going to have some sort of weight restrictions as they had before, and personally, I think what's going to happen is that if you're probably in that 6 to 12 pounds, or maybe even higher, that you'll have to do some sort of identification. You'll have to have some sort of automated system that is broadcasting out what your position is more like. Whether that'll be something like ADS-B or if Sound Hub, that's what's yet to be determined. I will also say real quick, before, and then I'll get to your question, is that with the Part 107 stuff, what they also did with some of that stuff, so I do believe that the rules will hit in October, but then what the FAA did is they knew that it was going to be a transition time, so they said, yes, the rules are on the book, but we won't start enforcing them until like March. They did this with the whole thing with the remote ID and with FRIA. They said the rules are on the book, but we won't start enforcing this until March. And I think even then they pushed it back another month or so from there. So they are aware of that, and I think they do know that this is a potential burden on the community. So I think this is why the FAA is not going to take it lightly, but it sounds like they have a mandate probably from the current administration or something to make this happen. So, yes.
You mentioned that the ADSB serial number is tied to like registration number.
Yep.
If we're constantly switching up payloads between flights and not flying the same thing every time, how's that going to work? Are you going to have to rewrite the?
Right, exactly. So, yeah, it doesn't work. And so this is why, me personally, and I think most of us that are also on this group and stuff that we've been trying to get to the FAA is that if they want to do that for really larger spacecrafts or payloads and stuff like that, and again, Aerostar and NASA already do this if they're with the bigger ones. If they want to say, yeah, if you're over 12 pounds, as long as you can equip it with ADSB, you're good to go. I'm fine with that rule, you know. I think it's for the smaller ones, and especially what we do as a community, especially in academia, in the amateur radio world, that is going to be more of the burden, yeah. Any other questions? Okay, I will, both Bill and I, again, we will keep you guys informed. We'll try to send out some additional information. I will send out this survey as well, too, so that I can get some information sent back. We'll keep everyone in the loop as much as we can. This just started like in the last about a month. I think May was when our first meeting was. So again, this is pretty new breaking, but we'll keep you guys in the loop with that. So. Yep. Otherwise, yeah, the other people on there is like Aerostar and I think NASA and a couple other people that are on there. So yeah. So. Okay, folks. Let's go ahead. If there's no other questions, then I think we'll go ahead and we will start setting up for our next speaker. So, let's see. Next up, have Tong Ku. Yep. So we'll have our next speaker talking about application notes from 2025 atmospheric dynamics over the Gulf Stream radiosonde campaign in January with high temporal resolution and radiosonde and ground station tracker study in April. That is a long title.
I broke it down.
Okay. Well, you have it on your computer? Okay. Yep. Let's go ahead and see if you can get you set up.
Regular HDMI.
Yes.
Let's see if that avoids the hassle that we saw
Hopefully.
earlier today.
Okay. Sounds good.
Before you get started, if you have posters, our current plan, we'll see how this goes, is to use the blue tape, the painter's tape that's in the back there, and see whether or not you can keep your poster on a wall with tape. And if not, What we can do is we can put a table up against the wall, and then the poster more or less sits on the table and only leans against the wall, which would require somewhat less tape. But try to see if you can put posters up just with tape over the course of these next sessions. Thank you.
Or anything that's from SoundHound through us, verify it, and then send it to FAA. And that way they're getting like verified tracking information. And it's like that's what we think is like, because obviously we've started flying ADSBs for our heavier flights, but
Yep.
like our company's gonna get fucked if this goes through. So I guess I'd like you and Bill and me and our CTO to get on a call.
Yeah, let's do that.
Especially if we can do that before July 7th, and then I'll be out of the country for a bit. But yeah, let's maybe even like next week.
Yeah.
Let's get together and
I think that's good if I can pass that on to Steve, your liaison that's over there.
then we can give them as another option.
Yeah. So and he's trying to get a seat on the committee, and like it's like right now, Aerostar is a seat, and that's not particularly advantageous for any of us because Aerostar doesn't want us to succeed, and so like they'd happily throw this whole community out in the process. But I think like our best bet is like it's like you have some like funded profit institution that like can run this and can verify everything, and then that way like and then we work with them and have the bandwidth to integrate it all in.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Okay, so again, we'll have Dr. Q go ahead and do his talk, and we'll get hopefully back on track here. So with that, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I normally go by Q because I'm a Star Trek fan, but I do think I'm nicer than a Q in Star Trek. I would like to think. Maybe you correct me later. Before we formally start, I just want to echo on what Matthew just mentioned. Actually, the state of Connecticut, that's where I currently reside in, they passed a balloon bill, actually a balloon ban, I think last summer, just banned all launches of balloons until a bunch of educators like us, we talk to our representatives, and then they add in the education and research waiver. I think it took 4 months to get that going. So hopefully the FAA could accommodate our needs without some crazy rules, but if they do, I feel like we all need to talk to our prospective congressional representatives to hopefully change things for the better. In any case, my role today is to share 2 field campaigns that we did earlier this year. I do wish to emphasize that my presentation today, I'm just here to report what the team did. Also, we are all beginners in high altitude ballooning HAB, so our perspective is really to share our learning experience with all of you and hopefully learn from you with your experience and so on and so forth. You may already know this, but for a typical radio sound high altitude ballooning flight, obviously you need a radio sound, and obviously you need a balloon. Typically the balloon size depends on the terminal altitude that your study targets on. So it could range from 100 grams to 600 grams. And our experience is that 300-gram balloons brings the payload up to about 23 kilometers terminal altitude, and then 600 grams can, if you're lucky, bring your payload up to about 33 kilometers or 120,000 feet in altitude. Now, some do not use the parachute and unwinders. They just use a long line. In our cases, to avoid liabilities, we always use parachute, even though sometimes we still saw a pretty fast descent speed. And in the field, obviously, you assemble the train, and then you fill up the balloon, and then you let go. A typical problem if you use the unwinder here is sometimes we forget to remove the tape that secures the line unwinding from the body. And believe me, among our launches, we have about 0.1% failure rate to remove the tape. So please don't forget that. So this is a typical result. I took the temperature as an example. As the radio sound ascend, the altitude increases, and then we see the temperature drops until essentially we hit what we call a tropopause, which is the interface between the troposphere and the stratosphere. That's when actually the temperature drop stops. Sometimes it stayed flat. Sometimes it would get warmed up right away due to the direct solar radiation. But typically, this is actually what's to be expected when you fly a radio sound into the high altitude. One thing, you may not realize this, but it's weather dependent. So this particular example marked actually the beginning of our journey in the HAB community, which was about 3 years ago. And the very first one, it took us 3 schedulings, attempts, and finally we started in about May, and then we finally launched our first one in August. In any case, I took some screenshots from SoundHub yesterday and today over Europe and North America, just to illustrate how popular radio sounding really is. I think it's a global phenomena with a lot of applications. As Bill had pointed out earlier today, during the Ahac this week, he actually launched the Pico balloon and a payload with 3 components, I believe, and the end of the train, I believe, was a modified Vassala radio sound, which is why it actually showed up on the SoundHub map. So I just want to add this timely slide here to show you the application of radio sounds. If FAA wants something to track, I do hope they accept the SoundHub. I do like SoundHub a lot. So our journey actually started by participating in the nationwide eclipse ballooning projects. I believe there will be some presentations and posters on that, I believe, later today and tomorrow. So essentially, we actually participated in 3 field campaigns. 2 actually was over Junction, Texas, which is about 120 miles west to Austin, Texas. That's where the 2 eclipses actually had a intersection. That's why we picked that location. We actually had a split of teams going to, during the April 2024 total eclipse, we actually had a team going to upstate New York, actually launching a radio sounds only. Through those learning experience, we had a lot of fun. Actually, one member, she had a birthday over the October 23 eclipse, so we wrote happy birthday. I know it's difficult for you to see, but it's on the balloon, so we flew a special one for her. And then we actually also learned how to do ozone sounds during those trips. And this was an example of the hourly launches that we did of radio sounds for the October 23 campaign. We did, we successfully launched 27 radio sounds, I believe, and that was the train that we took a screenshot of SoundHub. Of course, there are things that you don't learn until later. I learned from last year's Ahac that when a balloon has some leaky holes, it doesn't look very spherical when you fill in the helium. So that was one of the flights we had during the NEBP project, and we didn't know why it looked very odd. And then I went to the Ahac last year, and then Jim actually said, well, that's because you probably had a hole in your balloon, well, based on the flight we have actually during the workshop last year. So I guess you live and learn continuously. And obviously, we took some interesting pictures during the eclipse. And we have some Google Drive folders. If you scan the QR codes, you'll be able to see our pictures. In any case, so what we learned from the NEBP was that you can do high time resolution radio sound flights with hourly apart. In fact, some of the NEBP teams, they formed a supersite with sometimes up to 4 teams. And each team launched a radio sound 15 minutes after the previous one. So they had actually a quarter-hour time resolution in those cases. So there are some problems that if you are doing this the first time, that you don't think about until you go into the field, and you'll be like, okay, so how do I manage the operation of this hourly launch? And some of the things we learned, first and foremost, always prepare 50% more than you need within the next few hours, because you will run into problems in the field. And then if you only prepare what you need, and then you have like one failed launch, and then you're gonna run out of luck. So we actually laid out everything by the time schedule, and then the parachute on one side, on one and on the other. We actually have some extra ground stations that we build as a backup units, so always going to the field with extras. And another challenge that no one told me about until we got until we were about to travel, I realized that it was a 30-hour marathon of radio sound launches. So what do you do at night, right? Now, in New England, Connecticut, it's not a problem. You have a lot of urban light pollutions. But in Texas, rural Texas, it's pitch black, okay? It's pitch dark. So what I decided to do was we actually got garden path lights, and they're very weak lights, but in a very dark environment, they just guide you nicely into the field. So I guess sometimes you do field work. It's not all about science. It's about ingenuity and adaptability, I guess. In any case, so we wish to continue our experience in this and have more fun flying balloons. So NEBP actually announced a continuation grant. And the original project is the number 1. They wish to conduct a series of radio campaigns along the eastern coast of the US. That's where the Gulf Stream actually flows. And please don't ask me why, but they decided to do it in winter. And I'll share some details with you later. That was a new challenge for us, but it was fun. Now, eventually, I believe 6 teams signed up, because it was an odd time of the year. It's basically right after New Year, and most students were traveling for fun. Although ballooning for me is fun, but for them, they didn't have the time. So this week was odd. So we had several teams. Actually, most of them went to Virginia, and I believe one of them was over Carolina. So I was the only team over Connecticut. And so this was the last day of the campaign, and I finally, got a chance to take a screenshot. So that shows you the balloon trains that all the teams have launched during the last day, which was January 9th. So they offer travel grants, but I didn't need it. But strategically, I decided maybe I can use the funds to support students from other institutions, especially those from primarily undergraduate universities, colleges, and those lack the resources. So the idea is, if they didn't have technology available, the chance available for them to practice ballooning, I can be the host. And as it turned out, It's a process. So what I did, and I hope this experience can help some of you if you're interested in engaging other members in your community, always build a core team. So what I did was I invited people I knew from the NEBP projects that were very good at ballooning. So I asked them first. I recruited about 2, 3 of them. Then I knew that we can pull it off. And then on that bedrock, I actually sent out the invitations to people in my network that I built over the NEBP projects. I try to focus resources on students from the PUIs because I know they lack the resources and opportunities. Now, it's a free event or volunteering event. And in the past, the issue I ran into was people sign up and they don't show up. And maybe you have encountered that issues also yourself. So what I did was I would like them to have a little more skin in the game, so to speak, and they need to finish a short course. And trust me when I say it, it's a high school level course, just to get them foot in the door, and they have to do some assignments so that they can advance into the team. And then we have regular meetings in order to, and then very importantly, we actually use the very first day as a training day, so to speak, to give new members the hands-on training opportunities. So I named this atmospheric dynamics over the Gulf Stream, ADOX, this was a collection of the radio sounds that we launched. Because of the time of our launches, we actually have overlap launches. For example, here, this is actually a National Weather Service regular radio sound launch. I believe it was at 7 a.m. every morning. So that's actually their radio sound alongside with ours. Same deal here with the NWS radio sounds, actually. So this is the appearance of, or I should say the summary of our flights. So what did we learn from it? Well, at the first glance, this is an example overlay of 3 flights over the training day. We kind of see, well, pretty much they overlap except some zones, which I kind of highlighted in gray, right? So you can visually, even by visual inspection of the data, you can see, well, there are some variations over time, by a time of a few hours, right, 2 to 3 hours. And then you can clearly see there is a change in the temperature profile at different altitudes. So roughly that's the lower and upper troposphere, and then we can kind of see the tropopause here. And we're still in the process of processing results, but as a first step, we basically broke the data sets into segments, and then we calculated the slope of each segment. Those are the apparent lapse rate of temperature. Essentially, it means the temperature change in the atmospheres over altitude. And then we did this with all our flights, well, except the training flights. We actually did it over 3 days, January 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then what we saw actually was for the lower part of the troposphere, the lapse rate or temperature change actually varied quite a bit over the morning, over the course of the morning. We didn't see much change of the upper troposphere during that week. Another interesting thing, we saw actually the boundary layer actually changed quite a bit over as little as few as 2 hours, as well as the corresponding temperature at the boundary layer. So this actually indicates hourly radio sound campaign could reveal some rapid changes in the atmosphere. Now, what's next? As we had been doing over the NEBP data, we will start doing skewer T-plots. And for the sake of time, I'm going to move away from it. But just emphasize one thing, we actually have partners at SUNY Brockport who are real meteorologists who actually helped with some of the security plots. Now, I had a long title. In fact, the reviewer suggests that I break the manuscript into two, so this is actually leading to the second one. A lot of participants, especially those from small colleges, they all ask me the same question. This is really fun. Can we do it? And if we were to do it, how much does it cost? And I didn't have an answer for them at the time because I was provided by NEBP all the hardware and then the software. So then I decided, well, why don't we figure it out, right? Can we do it cheaper? Because financially speaking, buying some of the commercial ground station can be devastating. So in fact, in addition to studying the cost, we actually also had a training workshop for students in the northeastern region. In any case, to consider the cost, we have to consider which radio sound, normally commercial ones, you would like to use. And then the telemetry of the radio sound goes into your ground station or a tracker GST. And then the question now becomes inside the ground station, there are two. I'm a chemist by training, but this is my limited understanding. So you have a choice of which type of receiving antennas, as well as how would you like to receive and decode your data, normally nowadays using SDR. And then you have to think about then, okay, what are you trying to measure, which is kind of summarized here on the right. But then, from an engineering point of view, how can you track your radio sound, as well as how can you describe your flight information? Due to the time limit we had, we tested two different radio sounds. One is GRA, the other is IMET. And then we already had access to the commercial GSU GRA ground stations, which, by the way, cost $8,000 about 3 years ago. So that's the most expensive one. We actually built some NOAA-based open design. This is the cheapest one. It's $10 for the antenna, and then the Sky Sound is a free software. But then we also bought some commercial antenna and then used a sound monitor, as well as Sound Hub. So essentially, all the four GSTs are used to try to track each radio sound. And then we had some luck, and for the sake of time, I just wanted to show you we did two flights. As it turned out, IMET is more versatile in terms of ground station choices. GRA radio sound is very limited by essentially you have to use either its own ground station or Sound Hub works to some extent. So it works for both technologies. So you'll be able to see the table once the manuscript is available, so I'm not going to repeat myself here. But rather, I just want to say that we try to summarize and then we try to highlight what information is directly available, what is not available at all, and some information are available if you dig further into it. Some information is not available, but you may make it work depending on your proficiency of the knowledge on the data. Now, for those who are familiar with radio sound flights, we missed a very important radio sound, which is Vasila, which is actually our next step. So our hope is maybe do some more study on the Vasila and then prepare a paper for the JHAB.
2 minutes.
So I do wish to summarize that I'm actually a chemist, so I belong to the physical sciences. But to study the atmosphere, it takes several communities, and I know a lot of you are actually from engineering and applied sciences. So one of the reasons I came to conferences like this, that's totally outside of my field, is to look for collaborators and then, share experience, learn from others, and then look for collaborators to make our environment much better. So as I have mentioned at the very beginning, the work was done by a collection of team members from several universities, including mine, University of Bridgeport, which is Emerging Research Institute, and New Jersey Institute of Technology, which is actually R1. SUNY Brockport and SUNY Oswego are actually both PUIs. The work could not be finished without the internal and external fundings. With that being said, I do believe my time is up, and I welcome maybe some brief discussions.
Yeah, maybe one or two questions that anyone has? Yes.
Yeah, so I think you said one of the ground station options you had was an open source NOAA design.
Yes.
Yeah, so one thing I would like to be able to do is, do some of these radio signs for outreach events, but the ground station cost is prohibitive.
And there are, the SkySong works very well on a good many of them. We were using it with IMET for the local ozone program, and it's free. However, the SonHub people on hacker.sonhub.org, they offer a Linux-based hacking software that will run on the Raspberry Pi, and they are able to handle a good many songs. Right.
I do wish to point out that the NOAA design, so we tried the cheapest quarter wave ground plane antenna. It only cost $10, but it worked well in Texas, which was rural, but it didn't work very well in Connecticut, which is very urban and had tall buildings. So depending on your situation, I would caution the antenna choice. So.
And I will mention to that, Arrow antennas, you saw me with the little 3-element one out at the launch site yesterday. They're made out of arrow shaft. They're very inexpensive. You can get a long boom one that has significant gain that would work in an urban environment, and it'd be under $100.
Yeah, so.
Okay. With that, I think we want to move on to the next one, so let's give a round of applause here. Oh, no problem. Thank you.
I have a question. How many
Yes.
of you are actually chemists?
Thank you.
Anybody? We got a couple chemists. They're good. Also mystery.
Okay, next up we have Brandon from Iowa State. Speaking of the engineer side, Brandon's going to be talking about some stuff with LoRa. Yeah, it is. Make sure you-
Where is the laser pointer?
James has one. Unless you borrow. Okay. James, use that laser pointer that Brandon can throw.
Sure.
Thank you.
That
Okay.
bar right there.
That bar right there. Should be able to push that.
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Okay, Brandon, go ahead and get started.
Hi, as he said, my name's Brandon Beaver. I'm with Iowa State University. I'm actually a admission into the grad college, so I'm officially a grad student at the computer engineering department. And I'm going to be talking about low-cost software-defined radios and their use in high-altitude ballooning applications, focusing on LoRa. So, three of the primary concerns that a lot of high-altitude ballooning projects or groups deal with is environmental factors such as atmospheric conditions and weather variability, structural material constraints, including like payload weights, costs,
mechanical integrity, and control and navigation difficulties such as reliable positioning, and communication systems. Cost and communication reliability are often some of the most critical components for sustained and scalable HAB operations. So in what I've been working on, I asked the question, can software-defined radio platforms be used to analyze, develop, and deploy LoRa and LoRa WAN systems? And how can these be applied to high-altitude ballooning platforms? And specifically, I talk about three off-the-shelf components you can buy pretty easily from three different price points. The first one being the RTL SDR at the lowest, the Ahac RF1 in the middle, and the Pluto SDR being the most expensive. Actually, I think these might. First off, what is LoRa and LoRa WAN? So long-range wireless modulation, or LoRa, is a proprietary modulation technique that was developed by the Semtech Corporation, which enables long-distance wireless communications at a power-conservative method of encoding data packets at lower bit rates. So it uses this method called chirps, which allows for short bursts of data transmission and using that to conserve power on the transmission. We'll talk more about that later. But some of the primary sub-gigahertz frequencies you'll transmit on LoRa frequencies are the 433 megahertz, which is an amateur band. If you are in the UK or Europe, I believe it's just the UK, the 868 megahertz band, and the more common 915, 900 to 930 megahertz band. This is license-free, which is really critical for a lot of people who are doing research and or just doing it as a hobbyist. They fall under the ISM band, which stands for Industrial, Scientific, and Medical Spectrum, which, like I said, does not require a license. So LoRa WAN, or LoRa Wide Access Network, is a networking protocol built specifically for LoRa modulation. It works as a media access control, or a MAC layer, on top of the LoRa transmission, which is called a PHY, or a physical layer, to define how a particular device using LoRa can format messages and when they can transmit over different communication lines. It uses something called star topology, which is a little bit above my head, but what I can tell you is that this means it uses N devices to send short uplinks. So sending data at rates set by the spreading factor and bandwidth, which I will also describe later. This chart here is a comparison to different communication methods like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cellular, and LoRa itself, and it talks about how high the bandwidth is versus how much range you can get out of it. And obviously you can see LoRa spans quite a bit of this chart at the base, as long as your bandwidth is not super high. This is good for our applications in high altitude ballooning, because a lot of times you aren't sending high bandwidth applications like video or something like that over a LoRa radio. So why use LoRa? So it's as I mentioned before, it uses a chirp system, which is really resilient to noise. It resists in-band interference via the chirp spread spectrum, which is highly effective against noise in high noise environments. So anything that's operating below the noise floor, which SNR stands for signal to noise ratio, which means how much noise is around your signal versus how clear your signal is being transmitted. It also has a strong forward error correction, which means that it's able to recover the signal once it's been received very, very well. It operates at a low spectral efficiency with a high range, meaning that at for example, a spread factor of 7, which is another thing I will describe here in just a moment. At a bandwidth of 125 kilohertz, you'll see data rates of about 0.04 to 0.05 bits per second per frequency. But it also supports large link budgets greater than 150 decibels. So this will give you a long, extended communication range, as we saw in the previous chart, where you'll see on the ground about 3 kilometers in urban areas or 10 kilometers in rural settings. That means no buildings, trees, stuff like that. It also, as I've previously mentioned, handles noise very, very well, and can handle the introduction of amplifiers both on the transmitting side and the receiving side. So if noise is introduced by trying to increase your signal strength, you won't have as many issues to deal with. So this equation right here is actually used to measure your CSS. We won't go into the equation too much, but I did want to show this equation off and a couple others later used to calculate some of those. So B is your bandwidth, SF is your spread factor, M is your, M is your bandwidth times your time, the time of your signal, and use this to be able to find your. So chirp, spread factor, bandwidth, we can finally get into those. So chirp is actually an anagram, or I believe that's the right word for a word that means other words. It stands for compressed high intensity radar pulse. So to visualize it a little bit, I have this plot here that I have grabbed from a video that describes how low-Ra modulation works. It's a very good video, I highly recommend it, and it will be linked in right here. It uses something called a down chirp and an up chirp. And what this does is it spans the bandwidth and carries your transmitted signal across the bandwidth over your carrier. So it increases and decreases over a given time. This is really good for wideband transmissions. So again, nothing like video, but lots of data can be used, especially collected at high altitude. Originally, it was used for radar, but now it's been repurposed for low-Ra communications as it comes in. Frequency shift chirp modulation, which is a term that was coined by a Dr. Lorenzo, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this name, Evangelista? With the IEEE. He is an Italian telecommunications professor. And I don't know if he coined the term necessarily, but he did use this term quite frequently in a paper that describes all of this math you see here that is used to calculate your chirp, your spread factor, and apply them to this sort of application. So, to kind of describe what they do, spreading factor, it controls your chirp duration and data rate. So a lower spread factor, which you can see in this table here, is going to decrease the duration of your chirp, increase your bit rate, but you're going to have a shorter range. So you could be able to send more data over a shorter distance. Whereas a higher spread factor, you'll see longer chirps, but a lower data rate, much more range and sensitivity. So you'll be able to receive your signal a lot better over a longer distance, but you won't be able to send as much data, at least not clearly. Some of the common ranges used in low-Ra communications, especially in software-defined low-Ra communications, is going to be a spread factor of 7 to a spread factor of 12. So obviously you see spread factor of 7, that's going to be your lower side, and then spread factor of 12 is going to be your higher. And then some of the key trade-offs are going to be how much time you spend transmitting. So that'll be your time on air sending data actively, which increases exponentially with your spread factor, and then doubling your bandwidth will double your data rate at a fixed spread factor, which is another thing you can see in this table here. So as your bandwidth increases, you'll see your bit rate increases as long as your spread factor stays the same. And that can be calculated right down here with this equation. Again, another one come up with a person much smarter than I am. Another thing to note is spectral efficiency. I won't go too in-depth with that because that might be a little too out of the scope. But obviously, spread factor affects this as well, and at different bandwidths, you'll see different data rates. So lower spread factor, higher bandwidth, higher data rate. So low-raw WAN is adaptive for this specific kind of changing data rate, which is dynamically setting the spread factor and power per node. So if you are transmitting from a original transmitter coming across a node to relay the message and then sending it back, you might see a dynamically changing spread factor. This is really good because it optimizes how long your batteries last, which is more to the point of high altitude ballooning, because you have limited space, limited weight, which means limited battery life. That means if you decrease the amount of duty cycles you have, the longer your battery is going to last, which is a good segue into this. So SDRs being used for low-raw in HAB applications. So low-raw uses these chirp spread spectrums at the sub-gigahertz frequencies I mentioned previously to be able to save power in both the device and in your battery. It also, being applied to software-defined radios, allows you to customly tune some of these spread factors, your bandwidths, your decoding, and allows you to experiment with your hardware without having to. So they'd be really ideal for situations on the ground where you're able to access the receiver very adequately and often, so you can adjust those settings to be able to receive your transmitter better. Evaluating different signal visibility and adjusting your link budget, which is how much power you need to be able to see what your transmitter is saying. So some of the other benefits could be real-time visualization of your chirps, which I can show in an experiment I have done later on. It also supports higher spreading factors, so as we saw before, we can increase this number closer to that 12 mark, that top end, and still be able to adequately receive our data. And as I mentioned before, you'll be able to adjust your bandwidths. You can increase your gain, listen a little bit harder or transmit a little louder. You can adjust your filtering, so if you do increase your gain, you can actually try to filter out some of that noise, and then you can adjust your center carrier frequency within your band. So a couple of the examples I mentioned earlier were the RTL SDR, the Pluto SDR, and the Ahac RF, which is also another SDR. All of these are readily available, again, at different price points. So the general price point for something like the RTL SDR, given the device and all of the package that comes with it, that includes adjustable antennas. These are telescopic, which are very helpful for adjusting different frequencies based on your wavelengths. These usually come in at about $50 for these kits. I know you can get the RTL SDR alone for around $30, which is obviously very, very cheap. But you do see that you lose the ability to transmit. So this operates only as a receiver. That makes it really good for setting up ground stations or being mobile when you have to chase or go to receive or go to collect your HAB once it is on the ground, or to be able to, say, receive data while it's flying. The Pluto SDR is a little bit more in the moderate price range. So yeah, I was right earlier, it is flipped. You'll see this one. This is straight from the RTL SDR website, which compares all the price points for me. The problem is this hasn't been updated in a while. This says it is $149. It is actually $195. This device is really good for experimental testing on the ground but it is a very power-hungry device. These usually require a data input and a power input, both of which draw power. And to make any adjustments to the software on the fly, these are going to require a direct connection and a little bit more work. They are also not super intuitive. There is not a ton for supporting data on the internet, so being able to look at even the data sheets that are provided by Analog Devices, who produces this device, are nearly non-existent. That's where the Ahac RF1 comes in. This one is a much more capable device, which if we take a step back for a second, we'll see that the frequency ranges this is capable of, while still falling within the low raw spectrum, are still much higher. Or much lower than they should be. This device, being as power hungry as it is, only goes up to about 3.6 gigahertz without any hardware modification, which a lot of people who just buy this to get into it, or newly acquired researchers are not going to really know what to do with that. Whereas the Ahac RF1 has a range of 1 megahertz all the way up to 6 gigahertz without any modification. Now, you will see a little bit of a price difference with the 300, but this device is much more capable and a lot easier to modify if needed. There's also much more community support, so you see the manufacturer's information is readily available, as well as any of the community who's used the device. There's so many people who purchase this device based on how capable it is that the third-party help is much there.
2 minutes.
Yep. So to wrap things up, I'll show some of the experiments I have done with the devices myself, where I have set up a controlled experiment testing the hardware, the reception, performance, and the 3 standard modes for software-defined radios. Using the 915 megahertz low-raw transmission, the notable differences were pretty visible, and I will talk about each. I know this looks like a lot. I will talk about the important components. But settings were kept the same on all 3 devices, and the hardware was kept as identical as it could be while switching devices. So the antenna was a telescopic monopole antenna, an ANT500, which is a very helpful device. I recommend the antenna. They're very nice. A 125 kilohertz bandwidth, and then a spread factor of 9, and a gain of 30 dB for both at a distance of 10 meters. And this is inside of a building, so there is objects to reflect off of, which introduces noise, something that would increase the likelihood of a real-world scenario. So this is the first device, is the Ahac RF. I use the Ahac RF as the transmitter, and this is the receiver. What you can see is this is the received data, which looks like a bunch of nonsense, but it is an encoded and decoded signal on LoRa. You'll see there are a little bit of these red errors here, and then a couple of our good green signals. This is our chirp right here. It's kind of hard to tell based on this, but it is a line that goes from the top right to the bottom left a few times right here. And this is our primary signal. You'll see this is pretty visible. You can see the shake in it, so you'll see your received signal, and we are receiving clear data, and it is being output right here. This one is the Pluto SDR. You can see that that is much harder to see. This data actually never updated. This is the exact same data as the last table. Because no new data came in, it never cleared, and the chirp is barely visible. You can tell you're receiving something, but it's not being decoded. And then the RTL SDR, this is much more visible, and I did not adjust the visibility of this at all. This is just how it comes out. You can see your chirp very, very clearly. It is a little bit faint because the power of the device itself is much lower than the others, but that's because it is a much cheaper device. But your signal is still very clear. It's a little bit more difficult to see your carrier here, but you are seeing your signal there. So I assume that alarm was for me. The key takeaways for the experiment were that the RTL SDR is really good for ground-based reception, chasing devices, what have you. The Pluto SDR is a very power-hungry device, so it's going to be much less capable on your high-altitude balloon, but it is still a somewhat viable option if you have no others, but it does have a low signal-to-noise ratio, which is good for those sort of environments. And then the Ahac RF1 is a very capable device that can operate on a much lower power demand and still be able to receive your low raw signal. And I will skip for now and acknowledge any questions.
So I experimented with the 950 megahertz then in 2015 time frame, and one of the challenges that we faced was the antennas were very big. They were heavy, they were bulky. That was one of the issues. But on flights, we noticed during cloud coverage, we would lose signals very rapidly. Have you done any interference studies? Do you have any insights into that? Has that improved at all since then?
So we have had a little bit of play with it, not as much as I would like, but enough to be able to tell that there are a lot of different factors. Antenna type is a huge factor. We've seen that the monopolar dipole setup tends to be one of the better ones, but we have some experiments to run with logarithmic or log periodic and circular antennas, loop antennas. Something maybe more directional might help with that sort of thing. But the idea of the monopolar dipole is that they're a bit more omnidirectional, so you have a better chance of receiving your signal, but it might not be as strong. So cloud coverage isn't something we've had a chance to play with yet because we haven't been able to fly based on the experience I've done, just because I've done these very, very recently. But,
I'll make a comment about the antennas. Keep in mind that if you're going to be pretty close to underneath the balloon with a vertical dipole, you have a null zone directly underneath of you. And I've actually driven through that null zone and it drops off really quickly. And then you drive off to the other side and it comes back. So the way to do that, there's something called a clover leaf antenna, and it's 3 loops, and that produces kind of a hemispherical pattern. And you put that on your chase vehicle or your ground station, and that solves a lot of these problems, particularly at 915 and 432 megahertz bands. And we use a lot of that. It's horizontally polarized, though. So if you have a Yagi beam, you make sure that the elements are horizontal when you do this technique. But it's called a halo antenna, or a big wheel, or a little wheel antenna, or a cloverleaf.
Yeah, we've done some stuff. In fact, in some of the recent flights, we were playing with the big wheel, or loop antenna is another one that you can do that with as well too. So.
And I've got a cross dipole on my original payload that is a turnstile. Did the same thing. It was 2 cross dipoles.
one thing to be careful, sorry, is it okay?
Oh yeah.
One thing to be careful with that, though, is the material inside of the craft or on the outside of the craft, and then other devices within the craft. If you have anything else that's operating at an RF frequency close to that, you might have interference. And then reflection is huge. That's something we're playing with currently. We use Mylar on the outside of the spacecraft, and we're seeing reflection to the point where we're actually losing our signal.
Yeah, so what Brandon's referring to is dipole antennas tend to be a little bit more stable, whereas some of these loop antennas and stuff like that, the slightest, like those big wheels, the slightest bit of metal by them, SWR goes through the roof on those.
Makes them more directional
Yep.
downwards.
Yep. So you do have to be sometimes with some of those be a little bit more careful about what's around your antenna as well.
So materials and adjusting some of those settings I mentioned earlier, spreading factor, coding rates, stuff like that. We're going to help you increase or decrease your sensitivity based on some of that stuff.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, let's give Brandon a round of applause. Okay, so there is a slight change in the schedule because Eric and I had kind of both forgotten that we had one paper that kind of got pulled at the last minute. So we're going to go ahead and just keep moving on. This will actually put us a little bit ahead of schedule now with Mercer University's on Rust-based ground station software. And then we'll have one more paper after that, and then we'll be taking a break, and then we'll be going into our posters. So, okay. Okay. You guys ready? Yes, you can take this one. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next presentation, Rust-based ground station software for high altitude ballooning. So,
Hello, I'm presenting from Mercer University. I'm Kal Patel, and with me I have Ayush Sahu. And we're going to be showing off our Rust-based ground station software that we've developed over the past year.
Yeah, I'm Ayush. I am one of the main developers for the software, and I just finished my freshman year. Let's begin. Hello. Oh, you got it. All right.
So I guess I'll start out with Hermes. So we have the University of Minnesota sitting over there. Big credits to them, big credits to Jesse, who developed Hermes, and they were kind of where this whole project of ours started off as, right? Our project is literally just built on top of Hermes. We saw Hermes, and while we were using it last year during the Eclipse project, we were running into some performance issues. Maybe it was our hardware, maybe it was just the way we were running it and some of the linking with our hardware systems, like our satellites and our communications. It wasn't really working out as intended for us. So we figured maybe let's go back and see if we can build on top of Hermes, make some improvements of our own, and that's kind of where our HARP tracker came in. By the way, HARP is kind of like our ballooning team's name. Stands for High Altitude Research Platform. That's kind of like the name we give ourselves at Mercer University.
Before we move on, how many of y'all have used Hermes or heard of Hermes before now? All right, so quite a few. For those who do not know, Hermes is essentially a ground station GUI meant for amateur balloonists that simplifies the process of keeping track of your balloon and pointing your RFD 900 and things like that to your balloon, things like that. And so, as Kalp said, we had a couple difficulties with Hermes in that it was not as performant as we would like. It kept crashing on us. And it also was made in Python. I have a beef with Python. It was made in Python, and the performance just was not for us. So we decided to shift our focus from just rewriting it in Python again to rewriting it in Rust. Quick show of hands, how many of y'all have heard of Rust? Oh, that's way more than I expected. Rust is a memory-safe, low-level language that has performance rivaling C and C++. And this was ideal for us because we wanted something that we could rely upon, that could be very stable for us. And so this is HARP Tracker. It's our open source ground station tracking GUI. It is still under development. However, it has many features already in there, including redundant tracking systems, which uses the APRS of Phi and SoundHub APIs, along with Iridium. Then we also have a very simple UI. We found that a lot of people who were using Hermes had trouble just using the UI because they thought it felt clunky. So we try to keep it very simple. We have a real-time position map with an altitude meter. And currently, the RFD, Arduino controls, and Ubiquiti modules are under development and not yet functional, but will be soon. So our code philosophy was modularity. We did not really enjoy the strictness of Hermes in that it was all one large Python file. We wanted something which we could add upon later, which we could release out to the public, and anyone who wants to make their own extensions, make their own modules for it, they can just put it in and make their own things without having so much of a hassle of trying to figuring everything out. So each of these mechanisms are their own modules, and this allows essentially a plug-and-play solution. If you have something, it works. If you don't have it, it doesn't matter. And we have quite a few plans for it in the future for development, and we're very open to suggestions. We are, as I said, RFD, Arduino controls, and Ubiquiti are currently under development. However, we are also looking to implement cut-down and venting system support for those, along with on the map showing a route and also predictions of where it could be if not only if it were to pop now, but also if it were to continue to its planned trajectory. We also are planning on adding more telemetry functions, such as Spot Tracker, Whisper, Starlink. And now we're going to go on to a quick demo.
Yeah, I'd like to mention that some of the suggestions we got for the software we got at the scientific ballooning technologies workshop in Minnesota last month, and that's where we got the idea for Starlink. I know a lot of the bigger payloads are flying Starlink on their balloons now, so we don't really operate on that scale yet. There are some more mobile, some smaller Starlinks that we could potentially look into flying. So we thought that if we wanted to make this as accessible as possible, we wanted to make it for all kinds of scales. So that would be scales for balloons that may not be, our level, maybe even higher, or bigger balloons, bigger payloads than we even fly. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And on to the demo. I'll let Ayush.
Yes. Quick question. Does anyone have any active flights going on that have APRS on them? Bill does. Okay. Could we get the call sign? We can test it out right now. There it is. It shows a live map, so you can see exactly where it is from where it's last given. And when you put in your Iridium too, it will try to get the most accurate one out of those, most accurate and most recent. So this is a quick demo. As you can see over here, we've got a altitude meter too, and we are also getting a reading of where it is. Yes, that is one feature we are currently working on implementing, a path of since the flight beginning till this point. That is something we're currently working upon. Going on with the project, the presentation.
All right. I guess we added this last little slide for kind of just for fun, show documents of kind of our last year in working on our ballooning project. So we were one of the teams that continued on with the funding from NEBP for the CME detection, and you can see kind of some of the stuff we were working on over the past year. We had a couple flights, some good, some not so good. But we had a lot of fun and some great memories. One of those memories was me climbing up that tree in the top left corner. Maybe my professor didn't approve of that much. It was pretty high up. It was kind of scary too. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Great stories to tell, and that's why we do this.
All right, these are our acknowledgements. We want to give a special thanks to Dr. Choi and Dr. Kim, who are our academic advisors. We want to thank Jesse Cook, who made the original Hermes software and also the continuation. Matthew Cutter for the original Brad. Wait, no, Matthew Cutter's also Hermes, my bad. Samhita, who also created the UI for Harp Tracker. John, who's over there. Silas, and the rest of the ballooning team that's back home. And we are looking forward for your guys' feedback. It's still very much in development, and we would really appreciate if you leave any feedback for us. We also have a QR code to the GitHub repo if you would like to contribute, or just shoot me an email of ideas you guys have.
Great, thank you. Yes.
So have you used it to track any of your flights or anybody else's flights? I mean, you pulled up one point in one flight, but curious, have you watched any flights start to end so far?
So far, any of our flights, not yet, because this has mostly been developed over the couple months that everyone's been out because of the summer break. But we have been just testing it over just other people's flights that are currently flying that we see on SonHub. We just put that in, see if it's working. We don't really see start to end, but at least 15 to 20 minutes we do watch it.
So with the current iteration of Hermes, there is the ability to parse either the Iridium, RFD, and APRS data if you're given raw text. Are you planning to implement that in your Hawk tracker?
Yes.
Is there currently a way, or will there be a way to view the timestamp of the last received packets?
Yes, there is a way. I did not mention this, but all the data is stored in a CSV format, which you can just access later. So,
Yeah, so which of your tracking modes, and maybe it's all of them, require a live internet connection, or are you able to direct receive the APRS packets through a serial adapter, so you have tracking capability if you're out in the field in a rural area where you don't have a connection?
currently, all of our things require an internet connection. However, we are looking into our RFD does not require an internet from. Right?
RFD, not sure. I have to look that up.
But we could look into implementing our own implementation that can run locally onto there. So we could look at that.
So you're planning to be able to listen to different kinds of sources of information. Is your plan that you will be able to turn them all on and it will just show you all of them, or the most recent one, or the most reliable one? I'm just curious, or do you have to choose maybe even in advance? This is an APRS flight, no Iridium, no nothing, or you can turn on Iridium and APRS if they happen to be on the same balloon.
So you can have, our plan is, our philosophy is that we want you guys to have all the control. So you put in all the ones you want to put in, like APRS, Iridium, and then it will give you the most recent reliable.
Only the most recent, or can you turn on multiple modes and watch them? And even if they look like multiple flights, but that way you can use your judgment and compare and plot all of them on the map.
We do plan on giving the option for the user to choose.
I'll ask a couple questions. One, as someone who teaches
So my reasoning behind, I don't exactly hate Python. I still use Python, but I mean, it was originally coded in Pygame. That is what I have the most trouble with. Yeah, just a massive Python file, just Pygame. That's what Hermes was, and I chose Rust primarily because it's low level, which offers lots of control for me to optimize it exactly how I want to optimize it. That's kind of the big reason I chose Rust, other than like the memory safety area.
And are you open to having other students or other developers help you with the development on the GitHub repo?
Oh, yes, yes. It's open source completely for everyone who wants to contribute. If anyone wants to contribute, it's very open. It's just straight up GitHub repo.
This is a follow-up. How is it going with Rust? Is it doing what you were expecting it to do, or is that giving you some grief too?
See, Rust is a very special language. The compiler is it's like a really angry mother, a very strict mother. That's what the compiler is essentially. But it's been so far doing what I wanted to do. With a couple of hurdles, it does what I wanted to do. We do plan on implementing multi-threading, and that's kind of where it's going to start breaking down. So.
When will it be done? This summer, or no chance this summer?
I'm hoping for by the end of this year to have a full version out.
Any other questions? All right, if not, let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, so again, we're going to have our last talk for the day, and then we'll go into a break, and then we'll have our posters, of course, after that. So just again, a recap on the schedule. We're going to have Minnesota do their talk. We'll take a short break. Then we'll do all of the poster elevator pitches, and that will go into the, no? Oh, and half the, right. Oh, half of the pitches. Got it. And Eric's going to have some other announcements, I know, over the break as well, too. But for right now, let's go ahead and we'll just keep trucking along here. We'll have University of Minnesota with the Piccolo flight computer for stratospheric ballooning. So, yeah, there it is. There it goes. Okay. Yep.
Hope y'all love my wallpaper. Right. Okay. Hello, my name is Radha Krishna. And this is a presentation about the Piccolo flight computer for stratospheric ballooning. Now, immediately, some of you who've done like NABP or have been to Ahac last year know that we already have a bunch of pretty good flight computers with good history, and they work just fine. So why another one? Well, the current flight computers we have are used in this freshman seminar course to teach students how to design, develop, and build payloads. And this course is kind of centered around starting students off with general microcontroller knowledge. And we used to use an Arduino Nano for this. However, this year we switched over to a Raspberry Pi Pico. And to avoid like a discrepancy between what they practice on and what they actually end up using, we started development of the Piccolo flight computer. And as I was going through it, I realized that I can make this a fairly cheap and fairly capable little flight computer. Piccolo stands for Pico Instrumentation and Control for Optimum Logging and Operations. All right. So here's the board. Can I board. The custom-made PCB I made in Fusion 360. Its dimensions I'll get into a bit. The components, some of you might recognize a lot of these. I'll walk through each of them right now. Okay, so the main brains of this flight computer is the Raspberry Pi Pico W. Very capable flight computer, has 2 cores, and one of the cores ends up having a little more access to RAM and flash memory than the other because of the way we program it. We use Arduino IDE to program this. Usually you're supposed to use a UF2 like image on a Raspberry Pi Pico, so you plug these into your laptop and you can drag and drop code. But we thought this is a bit too complicated for students, so we use Arduino IDE with a board you install from a GitHub page called Arduino Pico, and it works amazingly. The main way to power this little guy is that pin right there, 39. You can input 1.8 to 5.5 volts of power, but it's also attached to the USB port. So if you plug in a battery and a USB cable, you might end up backfeeding the battery. To stop that, we usually use a diode. And going more into the power, we use this battery booster charger module as a power supply on the board. It's meant for like the battery banks you use to charge your phone. So it can take 3.7 volt input and boost it up to 5 volts, take 5 volt input, drop it down to 3.7, all that good stuff. However, because there's a button which you need to like attach to the port labeled K and short it to ground by pressing the button, because that button isn't present on the Piccolo version 1, we can't actually use the 3.7 to 5 volt boost, but you can still power the whole board with a 3.7 volt battery, which is what we usually do. Now for the main IMU we use on this thing is the BNO055. It's a very reliable, historically has given us a lot of success. It's a 90-degree freedom IMU, can give you, acceleration, gyroscope, magnetometer, and the Arduino library for it uses numerical integration and can even give you your orientation. One thing to be noted is Adafruit has 2 versions of this. A black one, which has Stemma QT and, or Quick, depending on what you want to call it. Stemma QT or Quick a port for it, and has a different pinout. But we had these lying around, the blue ones, which don't have that connection. And they have a different, each of those 2 versions have a different pinout, so you can only use the blue version on the Piccolo. This is the pressure sensor we usually use. It gets pressure and temperature. Very reliable. We've used it on a lot of our flight computers. It can go down low enough to last you throughout the entire flight. Gives you pressure, temperature, pressure-based estimates of altitude, and pressure-based estimates of vertical velocity. Now, for the GPS, we currently use the U-Blox M8N, which is a very old GPS, but we have a bunch lying around, and they work just fine. Because I wanted to future-proof this a little more, I added capabilities to support the Neo M9N. However, there are missing power lines in the PCB, so the Neo M9N can't actually be powered on the board, but the code itself supports it. These things have been kind of hard to acquire because they're out of stock pretty much everywhere. Not in production anymore. So. Okay. Along with all that, we have a few simple components. Thermistors, just to measure temperature near the board, and another one on like a little lead wire, so you can dangle it outside your payload or like put it on a camera or like in some experimental zone so you can measure the temperature there. And an SD card reader just to like store your data logs, which are recorded once a second. And despite the code supporting all sorts of SD formats. For some reason, only FAT16 and FAT32 work. Don't really know why. We also have an OLED screen and indicator LEDs. These are more just for to act as a user interface. So if you don't have a laptop handy, you can just read off what's on the screen and try to figure out if something goes wrong or if you have enough satellites in view and stuff. Like in this image, it says SATS 0 because that was in my room. And I was indoors and didn't really get very good lock. Okay, now the Piccolo comes in two different versions, a breadboard version and a PCB version. The PCB version is what we usually prefer. It's more robust. It holds the components nice and tight, and you can fly it easy. No one need to worry about things coming unplugged. And but PCBs take up all those ports. You don't have easy breakout to them. So I added spots over here, up top left and top right, for all the pins which aren't being used, so that you can add your own sensors. So you can use this as like a sensor platform. If there's any experiment you need to tailor this to. So yeah, this is the same picture again, but now a lot of the components are a lot more recognizable. SD card reader, power supply, GPS, pressure sensor, OLED screen, and IMU, of course the main brains itself. I should note that we only used Pico W's, the version 1 Pico W's, because they're just the ones we have. But the code should run on any of the Pico family of microcontrollers, regardless of whether it's a 2 or a 2W, but we haven't tested them in flight. Here's a little image. That right there, the white coil, that's a thermistor on the lead. I just coiled it up and taped it together so it's not all over the place. And that JST connector there is usually how we connect 3.7 volt batteries for this device. Oh my God. Breadboard version. This thing is just as capable as a PCB version. It has the exact same sensors, exact same capabilities, same code, same wiring, same everything. The only difference is it's a little more education focused. Usually in the class that this was used in, we had the students build one of these before we gave them PCB version so they can understand like how sensors connect to each other, how you integrate multiple sensors onto one controller to kind of create this coherent system. And I have flown one of these on a flight. I had to tape down all the wires so they don't come apart, but it did just fine. Here's a little parts list. This list here is all the main components. You need these for both versions. It's just your main microcontroller, SD card reader, an SD card, sensors, resistors for your thermistor. It's a comparison resistor. It uses a voltage divider to measure the. And here's a little parts list of only the PCB version. It's just the PCB itself, the battery voltage converter thing. And because the battery voltage converter thing is a PCB-only device, you can't technically power the Pico. Oh, well, you can. You can power the Pico using 1.8 to 5.5 volts. It's just you lose the capability of drawing power from the Pico. Let's say you give it a 3.7 volt battery, you can't get 5 volts off of it as easily because you used a 3.7 volt battery into the same port, which normally acts as a power output. And here's a little parts list of the stuff you need on top of parts list 1, but not parts list 2 for the breadboard version. Just a breadboard, a little quick JSTs, because the OLED screen can't actually sit on the breadboard. Flight data. This flight was from early March, sometime in March this year, and was the maiden voyage of both the Piccolo. I flew a breadboard version and a PCB version. This is the data from PCB version. Pretty standard looking pressure graph, drops low and then rises back up. Burst happens somewhere over there. And the altitude graph over here has both GPS and pressure-based altitude. GPS is in red, pressure is in blue. And if you see, the pressure-based altitude kind of undershoots the GPS altitude. And in this particular flight, it undershoots it by about 12% at most, which is near burst. However, we found that this deviation changes flight to flight and module to module. So you could probably swap out that MS5611 and it'll perform differently. It's pretty reliable up to about 55,000 feet, but until then, after then, it's better to rely on GPS. Here's some simple data on thermistor and accelerometer readings. If you see closely the yellow line, that's the external thermistor. It's a analog device. It's on a really long wire that's flopping around, so it's really noisy. But the internal thermistor, that's in red, and the temperature readings from the MS5611 are pretty smooth. And the MS5611 in general, kind of different. Probably because it's a digital sensor, a little more accurate, the one I usually rely on. This accelerometer chart shows you just how the computer was oriented the whole time. As you can see over here, yellow was up for most of the flight. Burst happened sometime there. So Z direction was facing up, and then burst, everything goes haywire. It lands sometime there, but it lands on its side because Y is facing up, and then it gets picked up by the recovery team. And here's a cute little map I made in gpsvisualizer.com and Google Earth 3D. We launched out of, I can't pronounce that. And we landed in Hayfield. This angle is not very good because you can't actually see the slope of the descent, but I tried to take a top-down view so you can see the whole flight. And right up there should be Minneapolis. This thing is still a work in progress. As you can tell, there's a lot of mistakes I've made. So there's PCB files, code, and a few tutorials on how to add sensors and how to build the breadboard version. But this documentation is being worked on. We're going to expand it. We're going to add more stuff and possibly even create a second version which fixes some of the issues. For example, we fixed the issue with the 5-volt 3.7 to 5-volt boost in the version 2 board, which is still under development, and I plan on also fixing the issue with M9 and GPS not getting power. So in short, the Piccolo is a nice, fairly low cost, $180 flight computer. It's a nice sensor platform. It's great for education, and it's a good way of teaching students who are new to programming, new to microcontrollers, new to payload design, things like wiring, programming, and system architecture.
On this part, what was the pressure sensor model?
The MS5611. Oh, there you go. Very reliable.
That will work up to 100,000 feet or so, but as you said,
Yep.
it's kind of inaccurate as far as the stuff goes.
Yes. What was the final weight? Final weight. Okay, so final weight changes a bit. The one in this image over here, it has a bunch of holes for standoffs, just to like secure the parts onto the board. I usually only put like one standoff on every component because I don't need more. And with one standoff on every component, it's 3.99 ounces, which is, convert that to grams real quick. Yep, 113.11 grams. Yes. Yes. So the way I designed the code, with the way I wrote the code, is if any of the sensors are pulled off or disconnected or just don't exist, the code will just kind of flash a red light at you, tell you something's wrong on the screen, and then move on. And the reason I designed it like that instead of freezing up totally is because sometimes things disconnect mid-flight if you don't attach them properly, and I don't want someone to lose all their data because one thing went wrong. Yes.
I'm just curious on your design choice for stepping 3.7 to 5 volts.
Hmm?
Why not the other way around, like 7.4 volts, step down to 5 volts and figure out the power that you needed?
That's a good question. We generally use 3.7 volt batteries because they're easier to find, easier to charge, and they're very small. So just for weight reasons, and that's usually what we work with, so I designed it like that.
How easily modifiable is this if I wanted to add other sensors? Do I have to like change the code, or can I just solder it on?
You need to change the code, but there are, as I showed, there's a slide deck which walks you through a little example on how you can add sensors, and you just do the same thing, but for your sensor.
Any other questions?
I do. Oh, it's not on me. It's oh. Uh-oh. Yep. Oh.
I do have a question, though, and that is, what do you think of the Piccolo compared to the paddle, compared to the pterodactyl? What's your opinion of these different flight computers?
I think the paddle is great. It's an amazing computer, very well made, very versatile, but it lacks very great accuracy because the BLE-33, which is the main computer on the paddle, isn't very, its pressure sensor and its IMU isn't very good, and the Piccolo kind of fixes that, matches the price point too. The pterodactyl is really good, but if anyone here has read the code, they know that trying to add something to it is a pain because it's all over the place. Yep. Did you have a question?
I'll ask one. So I see up there you have Gerber files code, no schematic.
No, I do not. I forgot to include one.
Okay,
Good.
but you are planning to release those as well. Any chance we can get these into a GitHub repo or something like that, so it's a little bit easier? Or do you want it to be open source and have people help you, or?
We are putting stuff in a GitHub repo. It's in the progress. We're in progress of setting that up
Okay,
and moving everything over. But for now, it's in a Google Drive.
okay, all right, sounds good.
Let me just demo real quick. Piccolo starting up. Hey, hello me. Oh. That in? Currently powering it through a micro USB cable. You can power it in multiple other ways. Why is it mirrored? But as you can see on the OLED screen down there, it's walking through stuff like, see, it just checked the GPS. GPS was online. It's setting it up. It created an SD card file, set up, finished. And it's flashing a really bright yellow light at the camera right now. That's a sign of life light, mainly just there to tell you that it's running. Every time it flashes, it means it's writing down all the one line of data into the SD card. And on the screen over here, you have lat, long, GPS altitude, pressure-based altitude, satellites in view, polling rate, external temperature, internal temperature, and the temperature from the MS-5611 pressure. No. Oh. It is locked. Yeah. Oh. Just locked. Yep.
What's the
The other one is a red LED. I usually make it red. You can make it any color. And it's just an error light. It switches on if something goes wrong, and it doesn't switch off until you fix the problem. Yes.
I think in the beginning, when you were going over the specs, you said there were 2 UARTs. Are you already using those up with the programming USB and the GPS, or are those like 2 available for expansion?
Those are 2 available for expansion. So it has 2 UARTs, 2 SPI, 2 I2C. One of the I2C has the BNO055 and the MS5611 and the OLED screen sitting on it, but you can add other stuff to that. The second I2C is activated, but has nothing on it. One of the UARTs is a pinout UART and has the GPS on it. The second UART is not activated. You can activate it if you really need to. One SPI is used by the SD card reader. The second SPI is not activated. And the USB port, I believe, uses a completely different serial port.
But to follow up on that, are those pins exposed?
Yes.
Okay.
They use headers or terminal blocks.
Okay, good.
On the top left over there.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, oh, there.
Any other questions? If not, let's give a round of applause. Okay, with that, then before you guys break, Eric has a few announcements that he wants to go over. So I think,
Why don't I just do the quick ones now, and then I can show you something after the break. So I'm just making sure, these are the folks that I've assigned anyway, based upon a couple other discussions. So we have the 4 posters. We're going to do only 4 elevator speeches today, not all 8 today. We're just going to cut time down a little bit. So we're just going to have 4 today. The 4 that are on deck for today are flight testing for cosmic radiation detection on high-altitude balloons, which should be, I think, over there. We have Rube Goldberg, which I believe is also over here. We have testing a passive cooling covering for high-altitude balloon payload thermal regulation, which I believe is over here. Great. And NABP continuation project, radiation measurement after coronal mass ejection arrival, which is also over there. So, hey, I even arranged by this side of the room and that side of the room. So those are the 4 that are on tap today. There's a total of 8 posters, so there's 2 that are not out. I know one of the 2 is mine. It's not up yet, but mine will be up tomorrow. But anyway, these 4 folks just be coming back here, be ready to go and have your elevator speech. I will have your presentation is loaded on my computer, so you can just see your slides a little bit. We'll project that. And I do have another editor announcement just as a drum roll for later. But for now, unless Matthew has something else.
No, we'll go ahead and do a break, and we will come back. Do you have the schedule handy?
I think at 3.
3 o'clock, is it? Okay. Well, that's in 10 minutes. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and do the elevator pictures. I just looked at this.
I guess it was, five. Let's call it 3:10. I'd rather be ahead. Yeah. Because I would rather, and then that way if there's some other announcements or something. Uh-huh. So, 4:10? Battery that long? Check. We said 3:05, so. Yeah, I missed whatever. I read the thing now. I was off by 5 minutes.
I got it 3. I got it 3. I took almost all the dice out of my backpack. Wait, how many dice did you use?
All right, we got 3:05, so it's time to resume. I know that the schedule said, but we did have a speaker, and we'd like to try to get going here. So let's go ahead and resume so we have some time. Want to get back to your seats? We're going to have a couple announcements. All right, what I'm going to start with is just kind of announcements, whatever, and this is as much for you all in the audience to let me know. So this is my first year as your sort of co-journal editor / conference editor. So one of the things that you all can do is, if you're wondering why this website is up, this is where you can find things. So iowastatedigitalpress.com. If you go to conferences on this page, I'm going to show you this right now. One of the first conferences that is there is the Academic Altitude Conference. We are, because we're letter A. What you can then look at is, if you click on conferences, you'll see that there is all of these different tabs that exist here from all the different conferences we've had, all the way go back to 2011. So if you want to look back at prior conferences and see different papers and manuscripts that exist from those, one of the things I'm just looking at this, we'll probably need to change the front icons here because it's kind of repetitive, but that's small potatoes here. If you look at this one, this is live to the world. So for those of you that have poster presentations, your posters are now live and available to the world, other than me because I'm author and I can't publish my own. So if there's some problem as far as authorship or the title they're in, please let me know so that I can start to correct this before you get on your plane flight home. But these are all published. So poster folks, you are up and already live as of now. So I give myself a pat on the back, whatever for that. So these are up. Again, do take a look at that. Do take a look at prior conferences too. So do check out things. This is where you can find things. Also, to just sort of show you some other things that are on the site, besides just conferences, you can also take a look at journals, just to plug this as well too. This is also on Iowa State's site. If you scroll down on that one, you'll see the Journal of High Altitude Ballooning, or what's known as JHAB. There is also that, and so I'm also your co-editor for this as well too. So you'll see that we have Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 2, Issue 1, and Volume 2, Issue 2 that are up there. One of the things that the board has requested is that start talking to me. There is prior conferences, so any manuscript that was published in 2019 through 2024 is going to be up for recommendation from the community for the next publication of JHAB. So we'd like to try to do that since we didn't have a system with which to sort of transfer conference papers into the journal. So if there is a manuscript that you would highly like to see published in JHAB, please let me know, and I will add that to my list of recommendations as a such. And that's only through 2019, so if you go back to the prior conference proceedings page. Again, conferences, anything from 2019 on is up for recommendation for JHAB Edition 3. So just, again, don't go past 2019, but anything from 2019 on, we are taking recommendations from the community for the next review session of JHAB. So anyhow, just let me know that. That's one of the things we can do. Question, James? The thought was, as we were talking about this, I think the reviewers and those will also have to be sort of added in as well. So it's a little bit different mechanisms since we can't really publish those, whatever. But as the reviewers read through those conference proceeding papers, we've gotten some feedback in that regard as well too. So it's a little bit different mechanism because again, it's this conference. But I've gotten some comments from reviewers on that already. So that is one of the things. And then I guess going into the next item, should we do the elevator speeches, and then do you want to do swag stuff, or do you want to do swag stuff?
Let's do swag stuff first.
All right, so I'm going to hand it back off to Matthew then. So and then I'll shut up and let him talk for a second. Do you need me to unplug? Or?
No, you're fine. I'll grab this mic.
Oh, good.
So we've started doing this a couple years back with some of the conferences where we just kind of pick some random names.
Oh, you got a question, Pat.
Oh, I do have a question. Yes. Oh, yeah. You were going to bring up. You want to collect the presentations.
Thank you. So for presentations, I know a number of you have already presented today. So for those of you that had manuscripts, yes, we would love your presentation. The best thing, honestly, given the fact that Janeway is that's the system that I'm showing you right here on the screen, is a little bit pokey to say the least. Why don't you just try to get a hold of me directly if you've got it, either send it as an email or just hand it to me on a jump drive and I'll just put it on my laptop directly that way. That way it's in my hands and I can get it loaded in there as I figure out with Harrison that's.
Right. So once we have,
Iowa
if you
State.
can get those, what we'll do is that will be another document that will be included in Janeway as well too. So your manuscript will be there, and then your presentation will be included as well too. I believe the preference is PDF if you can, but if it's PowerPoint, that's not a big deal. We can easily convert that to PDF. So. Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay, cool. Okay, so I've got a random number generator here that I'm just kind of spinning through some numbers, and I'm looking at the registration for folks. So the first one I have, and yes, you do need to kind of be present to win. Ansley Cates? She's not. She's working. Okay. She was here this morning. We'll set one aside. Okay. Since this one is based hardware, folks. Let me generate another number here. Okay. How about Julia Burton? No? Okay, so, okay. How about Michael Uafa? There we go. Okay, excellent. There you go. And I also have something that's new. By the way, all this merchandise is available through our store. I also have, so this is new on our store, the tote bags. So I'll generate another random number here. And Ayush Sahu? I know Mercer's here. Yeah, there we go. There you go. And we'll do another round. Let's see. I've got 3 more water bottles and another bag that I'll give out tomorrow. So we'll do another round tomorrow for some more giveaways. Also, there is like some stickers. There might be some magnets. Might be some pins. Everyone, hopefully got enough lapel pins. Those, hopefully one per person if you can. Those are back there as well to help yourself to any of that stuff. So we're good.
With that, so if I can have, I'm just going to sort of show the 3 different PowerPoints just very quickly here. If you see your PowerPoint being flashed, if you want to come up to the stage and then give the 1-minute spiel. I'm horrible at keeping track of time here, but just the elevator speech. If you're one of these poster people, let's start off with flight testing. We'll do it in the order here that I've got the PDFs on the screen here. So it's just my computer, since I got the PDFs working, we're just gonna leave it in terms of PDF. So if you just wanna give the quick 1-minute spiel of why we should sort of have your poster, and then when you're done, just let me know and I'll click to the next presentation. So with that, flight testing.
Hi everyone, I'm Aaron. I'm Leo. And our project is about preliminary testing for sending particle detectors into near space in order to look at the flux of secondary particles coming from cosmic rays. A lot of our posters about the in-flight stabilization of payloads, since the orientation of these particle detectors is important. And we also analyzed some of the initial results that we collected from our first few launches. Our team is currently looking for more ballooning teams to join the Hera group, which aims to send up an array of particle detectors. So if you are interested or curious in this project, please stop by our poster. Thanks.
All right, next, let us have the Rube folks.
Hi, my name is Majid.
And I'm Keenan.
All right, so the SBA came up with a new competition called the Stratospheric Rube Goldberg Machine Challenge. So they are prototyping this challenge, and the point of this is to design, build, and test a Rube Goldberg machine that is only able to function in the stratosphere. So that implies that one of the steps of the Rube Goldberg machine should utilize the stratospheric conditions like low temperature or low pressure. So Keenan and I, we're testing out the proposed rules for this challenge, rules like size and weight limits and what kind of steps you're allowed to put in the Rube Goldberg machine. So if you'd like to see what Keenan and I did for this project, our poster is right there. Please feel free to stop by. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. And next, we've got testing a passive cooling covering.
Hi, I'm Gerard Blanchard, and I'm presenting my students' investigation into testing a passive cooling covering for high-altitude balloon payload thermal regulation. Why? We insulate our payloads against the cold at high altitudes, but in South Louisiana on the ground in summer, overheating is also a problem. So we tried a passive cooling surface. What's a passive cooling surface? It's an engineered surface that reflects visible light, but then also has a high emissivity in infrared. Like, you can put a passive cooling surface over a bus stop, for example, and it'll reduce the temperature in that bus stop by several degrees Celsius. So what did they do? They built a payload with 2 identical chambers, 2 identical sets of electronics, covered one normally, covered one with aluminum foil and packing tape, just clear packing tape, and that's a passive cooling surface. They flew it, and they actually saw a cooling effect, but there was also some problems that it means another group of students is going to have to do this again next year, but I'll tell you all about that at my poster.
Thank you for that. And finally, NEBP continuation project, radiation measurements.
Hello, I'm Yazad Anklesari. I'm one of the faculty members with several of us on this team. We were one of the teams that was part of the more than 20 teams that participated in the continuation of NEB project for measuring coronal mass ejections. We launched 3 flights in April. 2 were baseline. The first flight and the third flight were baseline towards the beginning and the end of April. April 16th was a flight where we had a flight right after 2 days after coronal mass ejection. We collected data during that flight, stopped by our poster to see the data, the sensors that we used, and our payloads. We'll have all sorts of details over there. Thank you.
Great, thank you all for giving us that short elevator speech. And so I think what the next thing we should do is start to talk to these folks at their posters. So if you want to just start talking to the folks that just gave us their elevator speech, don't everyone go to one poster. If you see light in one area, just sort of circulate around. So, but with that, looking forward to talking to these folks. So, and those of you that have not been named, you are on deck for tomorrow. So.
All right. Thank you so much.
It's interesting to see how many chemistry people are here. My first degree, I have a master's in chemistry, and my undergrad was biochemistry. And then I decided to get my well, I worked for Varian
Like as in like just like we for some reason graduated. I graduated May. Crazy. I still have seniors. I still do. Hey, I'm at the point where I'm like transitioning into being a junior. And
This table is kind of at the ideal spot.
As an amateur photographer, I can comfortably say that the best pictures are fake and always staged. Yes. No actual picture of something happening in real time was ever good.
It's all about the art.
Yeah.
As a wildlife photographer, I can confirm.
Be giving like a really heartfelt presentation.
Also, your presentation was on atmosis, right?
Yeah.
Watching, I'm like, oh no, I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked.
You're doing trajectory prediction stuff, yeah?
Well, that's not my main focus. My main focus is just like the ground station
Yeah.
UI, just something that they can use.
Yeah.
But if you guys do have an API open, that would be so great.
I can't say it's going to be a priority.
Just real quick, and then you guys can go back to talking with the posters. But before people start to leave, please, when you go over there, make sure you bring your name badge with, because I'm going to be looking for those as you go through. So we'll go over to the Davidson, right, Bill? I'll try to get over there hopefully ahead of most of you folks. You can go through the food line and the register, and then we'll tell them which ones to count and which ones not to count. Again, it is part of the conference for that. So, but the way I'm going to be looking for is just, bring your name badge, please. So, Bill, anything else they should know before?
It opens at 5.
Opens at 5. Okay. Yes. Name badge? Oh, if you didn't, I guess come see me, and I will see if I can get you another one or a sticker or something, so I know it's you. So.
I get there about 5 minutes beforehand, so we're guaranteed to get over.
Okay, yeah. So we'll try to.
5 or 10 minutes before,
I think.
15 minutes with folks to get down there. So.
Yeah.
It's no more than 5 minutes away, really.
Right.
Okay.
And the parking and everything.
Is the price included? Like, do we get in with our badges or do we have to pay?
There's no fee to get into it. It's just for the food. And for that, you'll go through the register, and then I'll take care of that from there. So.
But basically, you go through the, okay, as you come into the Davidson Center, when you drive down over to the Space and Rocket Museum, as you're coming in, Space Camp's on your left, keep going towards the back, then the main museum, keep going past that, just head for the big rocket and park near the base of the big rocket in that new big building called Davidson Center. And as you come through the gate, just to the right of the main big rocket is the steps down and the entrance to where we're going. And then you go up stairs or elevators to the second floor to the right. And then you'll see where the cash registers are underneath the Saturn V. I'd say about 10 minutes before 5, and it'll take about 10 minutes to get there. So we should leave here at 4:40.
All right. Thanks, Bill. All right. We'll see you guys over there.
Do they lock this down? Can I leave some of my stuff on
I
the
don't
table?
know. I was going to leave some of the SBA stuff here, but I was going to bring everything else with me. So.
I'm going to take my old payloads back home because
Okay.
everybody's seen those, but
Seen
I'm going
those.
to leave some of